All right, hello everybody, and welcome to today's episode of Deep End Dev. Turn that down just a touch. All right, that should be good. Let me know if if the music is a little too loud or not. I've got a little slider here. This is the second day I think using it, so a little new to it. I could have a screen like that hand-drawn one as a desktop background. And I would like to invert it, because it's kind of bright, right? White screen. Should it go up or should it go down, Roy Koo? Let's get this set. Anyway, yeah, welcome to today's episode of Deep End Dev. I'm Matt, your host. I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. We're going to be working on... Yeah, not higher volume. Alright. Let me just back it off down to about there. Alright. What we're working on is... some networking issues. We got Steam and LAN working successfully last week. We can connect over the Steam multiplayer successfully, and if we run the game with the no Steam flag, it will switch to LAN mode with the null subsystem with Unreal Engine. So, where we left off, however, was in this lobby situation. And after I spent some time over the weekend looking into this a little bit more, and I talked with some people on the Unreal Discord, and the issue that we were having, let's see, let's launch the debugger and we can take a look. We're having an issue with the lobby updating the UI with information such as the name of the server that you just joined and the total player count. Now the issue, I think, stems from the fact that when a player joins into the game and connects, the player state is not immediately spawned yet. They don't have a player state to tap. The variables are also, there's a delay in replication. So we're trying to access this data before it's been successfully replicated from server to client. That takes some time. So we have to figure out how to we have to figure out how to remove the reliance on this information so that our user interface doesn't need it. Or we can't ever assume that the data will be there. So I think if I open up a PowerShell and, yep, I have the previous command still in there. So we run one, let's run a second one. So we've got our two games, and we do a test to name and host. On the host, you see we have an issue that does not say test. The player count seems to be correct, however. And if we hit join and this starts to look for a LAN game, as we can see over here, pull these up. Yeah, see player array num1, so that's correctly updating. This has successfully found our LAN game. We've gotten the name of this as we join, but this player array num is 0. This was received from the game instance, so that's why that's correct, because that data was set ahead of time. Over here we see our player array num is 2 on the server. So we're trying to get that way too fast. We need to have some sort of a delay when we join in the lobby before it goes to grab this information. So, I think we should just walk through the process of joining and consider at what point we're spawning our user interface. We could put in a load screen that doesn't disappear until we know that we have all the information that we need. So here's our lobby game mode. Let's minimize this. And if we open up our game instance, because that's important as well. Move that to the right, or the left. And the CPP. Okay. So we have this create session. Server data.name is where we're getting that. So when we title our server, such as test, that's getting set right there. Session interface, create session, and we're passing this session settings in. Once the session has successfully been created, this function fires. We tear down the menu. Perhaps this is where we want to start showing the load screen when we tear down a menu screen. We have a debug just to show that we're hosting, and we're printing that. Again, the server name, hosting server name. And we're doing a server travel to the lobby with listen on so that people can join. So that's the server perspective. So let's keep following the server. So we're switching to the lobby game mode base. Post login. We're adding us there, and we're calling this. So from our log, this printed out 1, so there was this fired for our server. And we have a player controller. If I can find it. Move it right here. Here's our player controller. This is where, when the lobby player controller begins, we're loading the lobby widget. Is this the right place for us to be loading the lobby widget? That's the question. That's what we should be deciding. One second. There we go. All right. I had also put server data here, a replicated server data on the player controller. This might not be where we want to put that. Let's take a look at a lobby widget. The coffee has not kicked in yet. Here's our lobby widget. This is a bound variable to our C++ right here. Meta bind widget, uText block current player count. I'm wondering. Maybe creates a new function on the widget that can return the binding data for this property. So rather than having an update function, I'm wondering if my brain is kind of rapidly firing off ideas and trying to collect what I was thinking about over the weekend. What if we in here bind these things, right? So we had these texts that we passed into the lobby originally. We had a function called update player count, which would update that text. And, I don't know where we got the name, but we had that name too. That was probably... Yeah, it was expose on spawn. So, I'm just curious if we can somehow get the... Here we go. Game state. Player state. There's the we have get the player name. We can access those things. So that's because we have this variable, I actually want to... Do we have a construct? So lobby menu... So maybe... Let's see. Game state is where we were... Oops. There we go. We've got the lobby game state base. This is where we have our server data that people should be able to access to. So maybe rather than the player controller reference, we should get... Well, the player controller's got the game state, so... Let's go with a U property, visible anywhere, blueprint, read only, meta equals, bind... It's not a widget, so we're in private, yeah, so we're gonna allow private access equals true on this. And this is going to be a BG lobby player controller pointer. We don't need to include that, we're just gonna forward declare that. And this is our lobby player controller. So let's save all of this, close it. And is there a super construct? This is the constructor. I think we don't want a constructor in the C++ sense. We want... I don't know. Let's try it in put it under protected. Let me look at the API, see if we can do that. UE4 widget C++ construct. There's a native construct. Interesting. Interesting. Is that what we want? Begin play. Yeah, pre-construct. Doesn't look like virtual void construct. Interesting. Was that not an overridable? Was it not virtual? These are not virtual. Gotcha. We'll do it in initialize, actually. So, we're going to do a lobby player controller is equal to cast to ABG lobby player controller and get owning player. Boom. And we gotta do the definition here. If ensure lobby player controller return false. So we want to make sure that we have that. Get a reference to the owning lobby player controller. Let's see if that worked. Looks like it's happy so far. Ah yes, there it is in the background, hiding as it always does. Woo! Alright. We've hit an exception. Interesting. Now, why is that? Why do we have an issue with our leave lobby button? Oh wait, our lobby player controller is null. Thank you, Roiku. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Maybe initialize is the wrong place to do this. When is initialize called? Did we make that? No, that's a user widget thing. Let me find initialize. Here we go. Yeah, let's not do it there. So let's stop. Close that. I think let's go ahead and make that constructor and see what will happen, you know? UBG lobby menu. Let's do that. Call to a virtual function inside a constructor is resolved at compile time. Yes, so this is probably, again, not where we want to be doing this. What is the C++ equivalent of widgets on constructs? So UE4 C++ UMG on construct. Is there a begin play actually? Protected begin play? No. What does a widget do? UE4 C++ begin play widget UMG. I don't know. Let's go back and look at a user widget. Here we go. I feel like the initialize is usually what we would like. Oh, you know what? I know what's going on. We do not have this because this is being created from the game instance, right? So if we go take a look at the game instance, which is holding all our functions for creating these things, for loading our menu widget, which really should be main menu widget. Load lobby widget. And this, the game instance, is the owning object. So, what we want to do actually is get so we're not doing a dedicated server, right? This is never going to be run on a dedicated server. So if local, how do we get this? If is local, I'm gonna look that up in a second, but what we can do is get game instance, get player, get first local player controller, and this will always be on the client side themselves. On a listen server, it will always be the listen server, the client, the listen server player controller, which is, but this on a dedicated server would return the first player controller in the array. But a UMG will never spawn on a dedicated server, so this is not something we need to worry about. So that should, and then if we put this back down to here, get rid of that constructor. I think that will get us, whoops, turn false, not flays, false. Okay. think this will get us successfully our player controller that we're wanting. Fingers crossed. If you are enjoying the stream, and you haven't yet, please hit the follow. I am so close to that magical 50. Apparently, I could receive lots of love and joy from the world around me and feel validated if I hit the 50. I don't know. I just think it would be a nice round number. Okay. Oh yeah. Our game, let's see, we want to make sure, because we changed a name here. Yep, that's, so now it's load main menu widget. So that should be solved there. And if we open the lobby menu, we still have this issue because it's trying to do it in the initialize. But there is no local players, so we need to put this off, right? Thank you, Roiku. Appreciate that. Let's see. UE4C++, UMG, begin play function. I really want the widget itself to handle this. Obviously, we could externally set this when we create the widget, but I feel like it should just handle itself. Alright, let's go ahead and look back to the source code. We've got initialize, which is too early to be doing this. This could work. Set owning local player. Ooh. That might be worth doing. Or at least set owning player. Maybe we should do that. I think so. Let's go to the game instance. In lobby, and we have a setup here, which is in the menu widget parent that this inherits from. Oof. Put that back. Put it over there. Setup, I believe, does this. So we're already doing this. Why don't we also... Whoops. This set owning player to that player controller so that they always have an owner now. I think that would be good. And well, it changes, doesn't it? It's going to be just an ABG player controller. So okay, that's good enough right there. That should get us an owning player controller when it's made. And now over here, this still might be a little early because we haven't made the lobby menu. So this return false. We don't even, that's the problem. We don't want to call this. Stop. Get a cast the owning player to the ABG lobby player controller class. So this will happen during the game, but I think the issue was our return false thing. We only want to be doing that here to make sure that it is bound properly. But I mean, this obviously isn't going to work in the editor, but it should be fine in the actual game. There we are. So now we're able to open it. And if we take a look, there's our lobby player controller that we have access to now. Which I think over here we can go bind lobby player controller game state. And from this game state, maybe, or let's try something. Create a binding. And get the lobby player controller. We're going to get game state, which is a BG game state. Get the server. Do we not have access to that? We should. There's a get. Oh, it's not callable. This is the issue. All right. So we're gonna make this a U function. That's outside of the. There we go. U function. This is a blueprint callable. Category is equal to BG game state base config. This can be const. And while we're at it, U function blueprint callable category equals BG game state base config. So, yeah, we should have been able to do that. I don't know why. Visible anywhere, replicated server data. What's going on here? There's our BG game state get. Oh, it's a game state base object. It is not the lobby. This is why. This is why. Okay. So, no, we don't need getters and setters and blueprints because it does it automatically when we do these macros. So get rid of that. This needs to be cast to our BG lobby game state. From here, we can get our server data. And from that, we can break it. We can get to the current players. Whoops. Convert that to an integer and return it. Let's name this as get current player count. From here, we're going to do a print string. This is in our WBP lobby menu. In the get current player count function. Failed to cast to BG lobby game state base. All right, so that should do that. And in our game state base, or our game mode actually, when someone logs in, we're going to server get the game state, ABG lobby game state base, get server data dot increment current players. And same thing, except we're going to decrement current players. I'm going to get rid of that server data in the player controller because I don't think it needs it. So we don't need to do that anymore. When, let's see, where's our instance? All right, let's see how that goes. Let's see if the number at least updates properly. Okay, let's PowerShell this. So we launch the game with those flags. There's 1. And 2. This goes here, there. Host and test. This is still 0. Interesting. Zero. Player array num 0. Current players instruct -1. Because it looks like that just didn't get called. So I don't think this worked. Well, it sort of worked. It grabbed the 0 that it was set as, but I don't know if structs are a good way to hold information that's going to be changing frequently. So let's not do that. Let's do this. There was the 1. So hopefully this becomes a 2 on both screens. And we will have solved our mystery. Whoop, I don't want to name anything. Two, 0. What if we join in a third? What happens if we bring someone else in? Will this update? Could it be that it's trying to update too early again? There's our 3. Look at that. And now there's 1. Well, that's interesting. At least, okay, so the server's updating properly. So, why are we not? I'm also going to bind this to the lobby player controller. Create a binding. I'm going to get lobby player controller. Cast to be get game state. Cast to BG lobby game state. Get server data. This is where we can get the name just fine. Copy that. Split this out over here. Just change the function, get server name. All right, so that's working now on the host. That was, all right, so that's working. I'm just curious. Let's keep joining in some more people and just see what happens. Three, 1. Two? Nope, 1. That is strange. Current players instruct. Or disconnect works properly, so that's good to see. When the host disappears. Alright, where's that current player's instruct? See, player array num is what I was looking at. Where was it getting that current player's instruct thing? Disconnect this stuff. And if we go to the lobby, I kind of want to do just BG lobby player controller, BG lobby game state, BG player state, and BG lobby game mode. Actually, this should be BP lobby game mode so that those can be set. Okay. Just see, make sure that there's no old code. All right. Okay, there we go. So there was some old code somewhere with that struct, but player array num 2, player array num 0 still. So I think, again, this is the issue of we're grabbing stuff too quickly. So this begin play I don't know, let's try that. If that might hitch things up, but ooh, you know what? I think we're doing things out of order. So we're loading the lobby widget, right? We're creating the widget. We go into setup, and we do that stuff, and it's initializing, and it's wanting, when it's initializing, if we go to the lobby menu, it's grabbing the player controller. Yeah, alright, so... let's do this first. We need those before we load the lobby widget. Let's try that. So while the game state is not valid, keep trying to get it before you move into the lobby widget. And honestly, we should just make that into a BG. Okay, so no problem there yet. I'm going to, because we know that this is going to be a lobby game state base, we're going to rename this to lobby game state. Then over here, this is going to be lobby game state base. Lobby game state base. This is in core/lobby, I think. Yep. Okay. So to do that, we will also go over into our UI, lobby menu. This will need to change. Let's go ahead and just save everything and close. Relaunch. That way we already have it as a lobby game state, so we don't have to convert it again. Or cast. Alright, let's make that change first. Let's go in here. We don't need to do this anymore. Excuse me. We just need to do straight to that. And it's happy. Same thing here. Don't need that or that anymore. Just grab the player array immediately. We didn't even need to convert with the player array. A standard game state has that, but that should be happy now. I'm gonna hit a compile again, and let's try running it. Let's see, with our new order of things as well as our while statement, our Will Wheaton statement, our Cool Whip statement, test host, we did not crash, it's happy. Let's do another one. Our while statement. Fingers crossed. Alright, we didn't crash. It's still seeing 0 in the player array num. Our player array in the game state is still 0. UE4 player array empty. Alright, so that shouldn't be. I'm gonna do let's go to our level, lobby level here. Blueprints, open the level blueprint. Yeah, we're not doing that. I'm gonna do a key event of yeah, 0 when we press this. Get game state. Cast to our BG Cast to BG lobby game state. Get the player array. And I want to print the length of that. If it failed, print failed to cast to BG lobby game state base. All caps, so we know it's coming from there. All right, compile. I don't know why the client is seeing a 0 in the player array in the game state. That is data that should be replicated over to the client. According to Discord, according to the Unreal Discord. I asked about this. I think I'd hit a bad thing, though we're on the null subsystem, so we should be fine. Okay, so if I hit 0 here, nothing. Why nothing? You're not doing what I told you to do. All right, how about the J key? Compile, save, close. I'm gonna do a nice old Bill solution right here. Wait a second. On-rep server data. So when this changes, we're calling that, and which is doing an update lobby info, which is setting the text, and we're doing this. So I think let's comment that out. Let's stop the build real fast, because this, I think, is something that might be messing it up as well. Do that real. So we'll stop calling that. Maybe we're resetting that number. Okay. No duh, it failed to initialize that stuff. I didn't want it to initialize. Hey, look at that. 2-2. There's a success. It was our... okay, so binding the widget to the game state's player array is what solved it. We were spitting out the server data from on-rep server data, which is where the problem was. This update lobby info and our function here was getting this player array num, and this is where it was spitting it out too. This was not getting, we couldn't get the player count. This was wrong. So this get world, this was coming back 0, setting it. So this is the way to do it. Happy day. All right, what if we get a third one in? Let's find out what happens. I think we've managed to solve our problem so that we can finally proceed deeper into expanding our lobby and getting everything on a smooth, good flow from menu to game. There's a 3, there's a 3, there's a 3 finally. So yes, allowing it to handle the binding and the update itself so that you see the replication went at different times, that's key. Alright, so let's, now that that's working, and look, we went down to 1. Let's go ahead and let's clean up. Let's do some cleanup because we've done some things that just aren't necessary at the moment. Over here. I don't think we need a reference to the game instance in the game mode anymore. We weren't using that. That's not necessary. We're going to go into our types here. Current players. Not going to do that. So we're going to get rid of this stuff. I tried to make functions in there. Not necessary. Nor is this. Alright, we've cleaned up our server data. Now, over here, we might still use this, not sure yet, our game state. We don't need that to be an on rep. We'll just make it plain old replicated. Oh, we don't need that. Alright, so that's good, that's good. Over here now. Let's we need to get our load screen going so that we can show that and not hide it until when we call these things load main menu widget, load lobby widget, and in-game load menu. Well, not this one, but these two things when we call setup here, I think is where we're going to do that. So let's go ahead and see, we've got this loading screen already right here. And this basically, we just want to show this loading screen until we decide to tear it down. So I'm going to create a new C++ class of user widget again. This is going to be in public UI. This is the BG loading screen. Right? Public in UI. UI, yep. Okay. And this might expand to being, you know, a picture, excuse me, of some stuff. All right, close. Here's our loading screen. Loading screen. Oh, you know what? Actually, no, it's not a menu. Okay, game instance. We've got an error down here. What's going on? That's right. Current players. We're not doing that anymore. We got rid of that. We're gonna set this number of public connections to be a variable that we can set, kind of like how we do the server data.name. But we'll save that for a bit. Alright, so that's good. Let's go ahead and pull up the editor again. Oh. Right. This is now going to be... How do we get this? And we don't actually have any information about the... Alright, so let's see. When we're making that, it's, I think, created from the main menu. Set server list right here. So setup, set server data right here. We're passing an array here. Okay. So, we do, I guess, need our int of current players in here. And then, so that should solve that issue in the server row. We just need, so where is that being created? It's right here, okay. How was this being grabbed again? Ah. Number of open public connections. Okay. And how do I... There we go. Okay. So put that back. So that's only for the widget itself. I think, unless we totally make that data public. Which I think what you would have to do is... Where's the game lobby game state? You'd have to, I think, copy and set all of that information again. So in order to, you have to make a new server data, copy over the information you want to keep, set the new one, and then store it back into the original variable. You can't just set or change one variable in the struct, I think, is the problem that we were facing and why it wasn't incrementing and decrementing. Alright, this loading screen also, I want to make a BG loading screen. We have this transition level, which is our... Yep. Okay, so it creates a loading screen and adds it to the viewport if we're needing a transition level. We can go ahead and get rid of that. I want to take a look at our server row, this host name. I also want to change these colors a little bit. Okay, so if it is selected and hovered, it's that. If it is selected but not hovered, it's going to be that. If it is hovered but not selected, we'll go with a yellow and then a gray. So that, I think, should be a more color scheme that should make sense a little bit better. Yeah, that's better. And the name We need to figure out our server row a little bit better. It's not scaling quite right. Because we're doing padding instead of scaling. So, yeah, 250 pixels. That's what that looks like. That's not what we want. This guy's going to be centered. And this guy's on the right, auto. So, how about a spacer here and a spacer here? This spacer in the middle. And this spacer also of 200. And the whole thing, this row button, wrap with I don't know, scale box? Scale to fit? See what that looks like? Whoops. Okay, so now it's actually scaling. Though we've got this nasty string at the end of the host name, so... But that's 0 out of 5, that's cool, that's working, so let's go ahead and join, and let's launch another one, and see if that shows 1 out of 5. Because 5 is our default number of of public connections, so our max player count is being set to a default at the moment. So that's not updating correctly. So we need to properly get that working. Okay, so this on find session server sessions complete is what is called found sessions. wonder why we're not getting that. So, UE4 and work num open public connections. Number of open public connections never changes. Nobody ever answered it. F online. Session search result. I'm gonna do a print here because I would like to know what this comes back as. Because that should come back as 4, right? Because max players is 5, and if somebody has joined in, that means the number of open public connections is going to be 4. Ooh, I wonder if it's private because we're on LAN. That's also something we should consider. So subtracting private connections as well. So we should see the printout here. 5. I forgot to change the text, so ignore the name thing. So it saw 5 open positions. Public. Same thing. It should spit out a number here. 5 again. Okay. Close that. Let's also subtract the number of open private connections. And let's put that here. Open private connections. I'm quite glad that it's working, though, that we've gotten our lobby going. I was about to just give up on the lobby and let it fall into obscurity and go straight into a game. But now we can actually have a lobby where we can set game settings and things, which is the next part of this challenge. Alright, what do we see? 0 private connections. Open. Interesting. Very interesting. So they are open public connections on a LAN game. We're gonna see 0 here too, right? 0. Okay. So... UE4, C++, F online session search result open public connections 0. Num open public connections. That should do it. So, I'm gonna ask the Discord. Alright, we'll see if Unreal can help out with why this is returning the maximum number 5. So our math is always coming up is always coming up 0. I'm gonna leave that in actually. Okay, well, while we're doing that and figuring out what's going on there, we can try to implement, how about the colors selection? Or no, let's get back to our loading. Let's get that loading finished. Alright, so when we are making these load main menu widget, let's make a new game instance function. And similarly, I want to have a T subclass of user widget called our loading screen class. And from down here, we'll have the UBG loading screen pointer called loading screen. And I'll forward declare instead of including that. Oops. There we go. And then we're going to have another function, void load or show loading screen. So similarly, if ensure loading screen class, return. Loading screen is equal to create widget of our UBG loading screen. This is the owning object from the loading screen class. If ensure loading screen, return, and then loading screen add to view, add to viewport. And then I think in the setup, or if we go to the main, let's see, game instance, we would do that, and then actually what we will need is hide loading screen. So if loading screen and loading screen is in viewport, yeah. How do we get rid of a menu widget and tear down? Remove from viewport. Yep. There we go. So for example, if we go to our let's see, lobby menu. Or no, about here. It's right here. So I think what we're gonna do here is when we load main menu widget, show loading screen, load lobby widget, show loading screen, and then when these are successfully done, hide loading screen, hide loading screen, right? Because I think we won't get through those. So that we won't make it again. I think, let's do that here, if lobby and here. Because I don't know if removing from viewport actually destroys it, so. Oh, you know what? I forgot one important thing. Each time we do this, we need to make sure that we have our classes set. Right. There. Because that's so quick, honestly, it should just show it and then hide it pretty darn fast. So. I think here is where we might see it a little bit longer while it goes into that loop. I don't think it did. even see it. I'm gonna put this at like 100. So, perhaps it's just going straight through too fast. Let's go look at setup. So before we do a client travel, show the loading screen. World travel, same thing. Show loading screen. Can't have that be const anymore. And then here, load lobby widget, game instance, hide loading screen. And then also game player controller. We have a begin play somewhere around here. So we're going to do a super again. And then if, or let's go back over here. We're just gonna go with a ABG game. We don't have a game state, so we're gonna need to make that. For now, while get player state ABG player state. And get game, get world, get game state. Same thing, so I'm just gonna do that for the moment. So while those don't, waiting for player state and game state. Then get game instance. Can I just do... Oh. Nice. There is, I think, a templated... That's awesome. All right. I need to do that more. So get game instance of that R type and hide loading screen. Okay. So this is bad, but we're gonna just test that for the moment. I think I removed the... Yeah. So we're not going to hide the loading screen anymore from here because there might be some deeper things that we're supposed to do. So we're just showing the load screen each time we transition. And then the responsibility of hiding the load screen will come from the player controllers as they collect and gather their pointers and stuff. Alright, cool. We got one so far, but it doesn't go away because we forgot to do it with our main menu as well, so the main menu. I believe in our main menu we're just doing this. So, just similarly, whoops. Super begin play, and then while, or you know what? Yeah. While get player state of ABG player state. UE log temp warning text waiting for player state, then get game instance UBG game instance hide loading screen. We have a menu player controller, huh? Does it do anything special? Sort of. What about this one? Nothing special in the menu game mode. Let's just go to BG player controller. I think we're okay. All right. We should change that Boolean. Wonder why we can't remove. This isn't being called either. There we go. Interesting. Waiting for player state, waiting for player state. It's not showing the load screen. Oh, wait. We don't want to do that here. Because it's going to be... Wait. Yeah, alright. We don't want to do that. So... we actually want to make this and then go to our public UI. Yeah, we'll go into menu. And this is a BG main menu player controller. Actually, if all that works, actually, yeah, get the game instance, UBG game instance, hide the loading screen. So if we've initialized the main menu, then just go ahead and do it. We don't need anything else. Because the main menu doesn't really rely on much. We don't have to wait for a player state. I think when backing out. So we'll see how that works. I think we're good. Okay, so let's launch. Alright, that's fine. Awesome. There we go. We see a loading screen while we're waiting for that stuff to come in, and we get in. I like it. And we show and hide a loading screen going to the main menu really quickly, but it exists there. So our loading screen stuff is working now. We might return to this main menu player controller stuff because we did have this whole player info thing for setting that stuff, so we might have to add that. But for now, that's a good pause point, and we will return. Let's see, did anyone? Nobody has said anything. I'm going to ask in the CPP as well. Search, let's see, F session search result. Is that what it is? F online session search result. F online session search result. Results, number of open public connections is not providing the, is not providing the changing value related to how many. So when I do some math of current or of num public connections minus num open public connections, I always get 0. Someone's typing. Maybe they can answer our issue at some point. Hopefully. All right, well, I'm going to take a quick break while I wait and see if somebody will provide some insight onto why we're not getting a current player count on our server. And then we will, I think, dive into the saving of the player info, such as the player name. We don't have that yet in our lobby. We had it in Blueprints, but we need to get it over to C++. So player name, we can get the player color back, and I think with Steam we can actually get avatars and stuff, so maybe we can look into that. Yeah, we'll keep diving into our lobby and expanding it. So I'll be back in a good 5 or 10 minutes. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Took a bit of a lunch break there. Let's see. Did anybody reply on Unreal? It looks like I was ignored and everybody's talking about other stuff. That's unfortunate. Okay, well, we're gonna just ignore that for now and then we'll circle back around. I'm wondering if it's because we're using the null subsystem and it's LAN, and if we were to test this on Steam, that we might see some numbers that are different. So, what should we do? I think we should continue and power ahead with bringing back in some of our lobby UI, such as our connected player. Right now, this is just a selected color. So this is has two borders, so it's got an outline. You know what? I think we should convert this to a button, kind of like the server row. This is a button. And the button, we've got this event tick for the hovered and the selection, but the main menu, whoops, it's trying to kill the loading screen thing in the editor. We don't want that to happen. How do we avoid? So don't do this in the editor. UE4 if editor. UE4 preprocessor definitions, let's see. Or conditions, rather. Let's see. That's old UDK stuff. If game processor. If game macro. code from running in editor. There's got to be some kind of a preprocessor macro. It's because we're doing it in the game instance right here. I see. Okay. So we're just not... We're going to remove it from the main menu at the moment. We don't want to call those kinds of things in initialize functions, because that's going to be called by even inside the editor. It's like a constructor. And in the editor, those constructors are also called. In the game, it'll be called once, I believe. In the editor, it'll be called when it's put inside, when you open it, when it's dragged and spawned inside the viewport, and then again when you hit run. So we should be able to load these things without crashing now. There we go. Okay. So that's not doing anything in there. So our main menu, if you look over in the header, we have this optional selected index. So our lobby is also going to have a T optional of an int. What did we make it? It's a uint32. Selected index. And when we click on a player, so we're going to need also... So it has a server list in the main menu, and this is a scroll box, and this gets populated by the set server list where we pass in the data in there. So we're going to build basically the same thing, but with player info. So what we're going to do is go look at our lobby. This is a vertical box. This vertical box is going to have a scroll box. Fill. This is just the player list vertical box. This is the player list. This vertical box doesn't need to be a variable. The player list, which we're going to do this. And then we need in our we need to have a those are callback functions. We're gonna need a void set player list. We're gonna pass in a T array of FBG player info. Player information. Connected players information. See if I can do a struct BG player info right there. FBG player info. Get away with a forward declaration. Yep, okay. Generate that implementation. We need to be able to create a widget in C++ for a connected player now. So we need to, like our server row, we need to make a connected player. Public UI lobby, or are we just all dumped into one big folder of UI? We're just in the UI, so yeah, we're gonna just stay in the UI. We're not gonna differentiate. UI BG connected player. We might use this somewhere else. Okay. Let's see. We are going to have to save a server row class or a player class in here. Connected player info class, or connected player class. Widget. Widget. All right, over here with set player list, basically this, but this is the player list, clear children, and then we're looking at FBG player info in the connected connected oh right. There we go. We're gonna have to do some stuff in there. So a server row has a setup. So a connected player is also going to need to have similar stuff. This is a UBG lobby menu. Class UBG lobby menu. There it is, yeah. BG lobby menu, all right. And over here, this is the connected player. We're gonna have a set player info thing, but this, there we go. And this is the player list, add child, the connected player. All right, so that should work. We need to have an ensure on that. Just like we do here. And then just do that, except this is the connected player info widget class. Okay. Our connected players got this set up. We're gonna need an index private we're gonna need player info. Struct FBG player info. Might not be able to be incomplete. Yeah, we gotta actually do the definition of this since we are storing it. This is under protected because we're gonna want to inherit. That's better. So, whoop. We're gonna want a set server data, or player data. So we're gonna do an FBG player info get player info const return player info. Whoops. There we go. And we're going to need a void set player info, which takes in an FBG player info const reference in player info. And it sets our player info is equal to in player info. I just realized, we might be doing something wrong. That's returning a text block. 1 second. Is that what I did wrong there? No. Set server data, this comes in. Oh, wait, no. No, this is working. This is all working. It's not about a replication issue. It doesn't need to be replicated because we know it's not working over here because this keeps, or in the instance, wherever. This keeps spitting out 0 number of open, or 5 number of open public connections. So that's still something's wrong here. I don't know. Okay, so our lobby menu. We add the child to the player list of the connected player. Player info is never used. Whoops. Hold on. Oh, right, because we need to make we need to call this. does setup look like for this guy? Right. We have a parent. That's just... Okay, yep. So we need one of those. Call this B. Server row is selected. Or is selected. And we're going to do that also. Index is equal to index. And we need to make this, we don't have the button yet, so we're going to ignore that, but we'll go back over here and set the data before the setup, it looks like. Yeah. Okay. Hey Royku, welcome back. Yeah, I took a food break as well. Things are progressing. How did I get good at programming? I started learning and I started using it. And it's just trial and error. Everything you see me doing here is what I did. Is I just started trying and failing a lot. I don't know what I'm doing. That's the whole point of this stream. I don't know what I'm doing and neither do you, so let's do it together. But if you want to start, I would recommend finding some beginners. Pick a programming language you like. This is C++, which is hefty. And if you are new to programming, it can be a little overwhelming. Maybe look into Python or something. But udemy.com is where I started to, is where I kind of dove in with my initial learning. And I took courses on there and eventually got to get off the tutorial treadmill and try making something yourself and learn how to read code online and be okay with getting stuck. Where was I? We're going to our lobby menu. Here's our player list. That should be good and bound. Is this Christmas music? It is. Okay, so we need to modify our connected player. This is going to be of the connected player class here. There we go. This is going to change, however. This is no longer... I want to wrap this in a button. Replace this with the child. And replace that with the child. And the button we're going to wrap with a scale box. This is going to be called the player... Connected player button. And now this is happy birthday. All right. So this is the player name. That is going to be... We'll do color for now. That's got a border around it. Do we need anything else in here? I don't think so. So let's bind these things. So our connected player. We need some things. We need like over here. Grab that. We need a U button. Class U button. And this is going to be called the connected player button. We need a U text block, right? And this is the player name. And a U... What is this? This is, What is this? This is an image. To the API. UE4, C++, U image. Alright, it's just a U image. Cool. I gave up on alphabetizing my headers and includes and stuff, so don't look at it. I think there's a cleanup we can do eventually that'll work that magic. Okay, I think that's all we needed there. Ah, yes, we had this settings player button. And we did have a player in the lobby game mode has the set player permissions on clicked for the button. However, we're just gonna do it in the actual player list itself, I think. Okay. Go ahead and stop and do that again. Okay, and in our lobby, connected player. There we go. Now over here, let's get our player info, our new one, break it. I don't know if I want the ready state to be in the player info. That doesn't seem like we should do that. But whatever. Alright, when are we going to be calling this? How do we... So the lobby menu... I think on post login, yeah, we have this update all connected player lobby widgets thing. So in our game state, we've got connected players info. So we need to, on login, I think we are going to have a lobby game, ABG lobby game state base. And we'll just forward declare it. They're called the lobby game state. This is a U property. We can make it visible anywhere in blueprint read only. Category BG lobby game mode base config. And then over here on begin play, lobby game state is equal to get game state of ABG lobby game state base. And this will just now be lobby game state. Don't need to cast that again. All right, so we're adding a player to our connected players, which is in the top level. I don't know if we even need this, but we'll keep it for now. And then our connected player info. Where is it? What's that called? Oh, it's in our game state. Connected players info. Right. Nope, stop that. We're getting our lobby game state. And we need to be able to access that from C++, so... add player info to, or, we could get it, we won't be able to change it, so we need an add player info to connected, add player info to array, and it expects an FBG player info const reference in player info, and we're just connected players info dot add unique in player info. And we need a void remove player info from array, which we're also going to be passing in a const reference of the in player info, and we're going to do connected players info dot remove, I think, single in player info. And hopefully that works. Because this is... I want to try... I'm gonna try that again. Just make sure that that works. And then similarly, add player info to array. New, we need to cast to ABG lobby player controller. New player. And a lobby player controller, actually. Cast to, so new player, get player state, ABG, player state. And then player state should be able to get player info. I think. And when they log out, Lobby game state. Remove player info from array. Do this first. Exiting auto exiting player controller is equal to that. Get player state of ABG player state. Get player info. And there. So we're going to remove both. We're going to remove the player info from the array. Oh. This returns a size type. How do I do that? Ah. Int. There we go. Okay, so now that should return an int like remove sync that does. Okay. And player info. Let's give some defaults. Default player name. I think we need to do that, I think. Will that work? Oh. F text from string default player name. There we go. Okay, let's try that. I don't know if we ever called set player list though. All right. Problems. Yeah, we need to... How do we compare FBG player info? This is a good point. So let's override. Override equals operator C++, operator overloading. That's right. Okay. Left and right, we got to compare. So, we're going to return L dot player name dot identical to R dot player name and L dot, actually, I think that's all we need to do. That's it. Okay, so that should allow us to overload the equivalency operator in comparison on that. So let's try that again. Hey, it succeeded. Of course it did. Because operator overloading is cool. So just thinking, what did we do? So when somebody logs in, we're adding them into the game states connected players info, which is replicated. This should be what we then I think we have a const issue. So our, where are we? Where's our removal? Let's see where we break. Something about our constness was not happy. Or something restricted, I'm not sure. Alright, we're here. That's it, okay. We probably don't have this, so while lobby game state, let's try that. And that's where we can show the load screen. Right, because the new player doesn't have that information yet. So... There's our lobby player controller. Go to the begin play. Load the lobby widget. And then lobby game state. Add player info. Hold on. Did we finish out music? Wow, hot damn, we did. All right, let's go to new genre. We're gonna go over to beats, instrument, mood, laid back. There we go. All right, part 2 of the day. Let's get this going. All right, we don't need to do that. So we're gonna keep doing that, and then while player state, waiting for player state. We'll stay in that, and then once we finally have those, There. Do that. Take it away from that. So now it's the player controller. Once that comes in, it will handle adding the player info to the game states array. Oh. This is just the game state. Wait. So why was this null here? This should have been... weird. There we go. I don't think we ever called an adding this thing over here, so I don't think we're gonna see any differences. But we're not crashing yet. Because the player controller has to finish this before it gets a player state. That's right. Okay, so player state. We need to get... Is it the get game? Try that. To the mini fridge. Hey, thank you for the follow, whoever that was. Looks like I hit 50 today. That's cool. Oh. We forgot to hide or remove that, so we don't want to wait for the player state to do that, or it will never occur. Awesome. Okay. We're in. We just didn't, we're not adding it, so I think everything's working up to it. So, we just need to do, all right. Once they've added the info to the array, which is here, we need to get the lobby to update. So, what we're going to do is a replicated using on rep connected players info, and then run that. So avoid on rep connected players info. Oh, it needs to be a U function. There we go. Okay, when that happens, we are going to for auto player in player array. It's a player state. Actually, no. Wait. We have a refresh server list in the game instance. I'm at a U function, blueprint callable category, game instance functions. We're gonna call this virtual void refresh connected players list. Okay. So we're going to, first of all, if lobby, right, yeah. Lobby has a set player list where we clear the children. Okay, so this is where, like our right. Okay, it's starting to piece together. Get game. Let's see. We need to get the. connected players info. Turn connected players info. And then I don't think we need a set right now. Back to the game instance, get connected players info. Whoops, that needs to be a public. All right, let's think about what we're doing here. When do we want to call this? I don't know if we want to call it right here on the game instance. That isn't making sense to me after all, actually. So does our lobby have... That's the issue. All right, so here we've got... No, we don't. Oh, it's... Yes, we do. We have access to the menu interface because that's in the parent. Right. Okay. Let me put that back. Refresh the connected players list. And this actually, we're going to want to send in a T array of FBG player info. it's going to take that in, and then it's going to call if lobby set the player list in player info. Okay, now got that. So in the game mode, where the player state, so add player info to array, and then get game instance ubg game instance, refresh the connected. So we're sending it over to the lobby, to the game state when we're in. It is replicated. This is maybe replicated using onRep connected players info. New function on void onRep connected players info. Let's try this, where we go get game instance ubg game instance, refresh the connected players list, and send in the connected players info. I think this is doing what we want it to do. Whoops. It did try and create a widget, but of the null class, so I think that's because I forgot. Aha. That. Save. Let's compile that again. Maybe it was working. Maybe it doesn't work on the host yet. Oh, I got a stiff neck. Yeah, onRep doesn't fire on a host. I just remembered. So we need to put in a has authority if statement, a branch to handle that. Look at that. It did it. Alright. We've got 2 player arrays here for each person. So now we just need to, first of all, wonder why it's in the center. Player, scale box. Scale to fit X, I think. Or fill. Fill is what we want. Also, let's see. We need to. How do we do this? So this will fire off on others, but we need it on the host too. Or on the server, that is. So this, add player info to array. Over here. Call that there. And then also the remove. Call that there. Unreachable code. Oh. Right. Auto var is equal to that. Return var and that. There we go. All right. So if has authority. Alright, that should fix that. We'll see. Yay! It did. Yeah, and it updates. Nice. This is working. Let's fix this a little bit. I want player color to be, oops, to fill, but the size box is left. And vertical center. Player name is right and vertical center. So if we go to I want to do like a custom. Yeah, there we go. It's going to fill like that and centered, or yeah, and it's going to stretch up and down. Maybe fill and fill. There we go. Cool. All right. That's working. I'm going to go ahead and do a commit. Okay. Lobby updates properly, and lobby list adds connected players as they join. We didn't test removing, though. Let's test removing. I don't know what happened there. We are no longer... What changed? Come on. There we go. There we go. A strange. All right, I'm gonna join in another one. Launch a third. That updated nicely. Oh my. Look at that. Interesting. Went to 2 properly. Wonder what happened there. Huh. Well, now we don't even have that stuff. Oh. Here we go. Accessed none. Trying to read. Okay, so there's a couple issues, apparently. Pull up the editor. We're gonna make these validated gets first. We'll do that. Huh. Also this, we need to make sure that this doesn't try to keep getting added to the screen. Where's it getting these for? Oh, and you know what? Access none, trying to read property, lobby player controller. I'm trying to think what happens when it disconnects. Are we not getting a new player controller when we reconnect? Oh. So it's happening here too. So what is occurring? The player controller's changing, but we're not recreating and reassigning the player controller when... Okay. I get it. I know what's happening. Okay. So our lobby menu over here... This. Okay, let's try that. This only runs once, I just realized. So it's not going to ever do this again. So we lose the lobby player controller when we back out to the main menu. So really, we need to be not just hiding. So watch, test, host, and I back out. Host again, and there it is. All right. So when we tear down in our menu widget, tear down, remove from viewport. Let's see, can we, what we want to do is we want to actually just destroy the widget. So UE4 C++ destroy widget. So I need to remove from not just viewport, but remove from parent, I think. And hopefully the garbage collector kicks in. We might be able to manually call garbage collection. So that should... yeah. Let's try just forcing a garbage collection after we remove it from the parent. Because we want the initialize to be called again. Actually, we always want to call setup, so we just don't want to create it, but... oh, no. We are calling setup each time, so what's going on here? Is it really the fact that we're not calling the... Initialize only happens once? Let's try that. We'll force call initialize. Initialize is not being called again, okay. Alright, we hit here. What happened? Well, that's annoying. Alright, we hit the first time. Come on. What are we stalled at? Alright, so maybe initialize is not what we want to do. How about... I don't know why the garbage collection... Let's see. Widgets will stay in... for the duration of a level. What do you mean? With the underscore? Where are you seeing that? If you're from Linux, you never use the space character. So, if you're seeing folders or files with underscores, it's to separate it. It's like a space, but probably somebody's from a Linux world, so they don't use the space. Spaces are nasty. You'd have to escape them using quotation marks and stuff, or a backslash. Or is it backslash or forward slash? I always forget. All right. Wondering where we are using that. So if I comment that out, and comment that out, let's see what breaks. I know what will break. Yeah, it separates out the various category parts of a file. So, like, I'll show you in a second. You just never want to use spaces. So, organization is really important. Especially with Unreal Engine. That's why I have all of my files prefixed with the acronym for BattleGrids, BG. For a file like a static mesh, you would prefix with SM, and then you would underscore in order to separate what it is, and then the next thing would be the next category of how you want to name it. So WBP underscore settings window means this is a widget blueprint, and the name of it is my settings window. If I go up to my art, I've got a static mesh. Then I name these are all under the another category of simple, of just the way that I am thinking about them. And then door, and then the last thing is an underscore is the number. So I might have another simple door, but number it as 02. So if you follow from the most general as you get more unique into the name, and then finally a number, if you alphabetize your list, they will be in order and they'll get grouped based on left to right of your categories and your naming. So if you follow a pretty strict convention, you can keep things organized. And everybody's got their own kind of folder hierarchy and structures and naming conventions. but the underscore comes from like a Linux world or a Unix world. In Windows and Mac, you can see you can put spaces into file names, and there's not much of a problem. But you really don't want to do that in Linux. So if we go to our lobby, the removal of that player controller is going to cause an issue here. So we just want to get the owning player cast to a BG lobby player controller. Then get the lobby game state. And we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to do a print. This is WP lobby menu. In get server name, failed to cast to BG lobby player controller. And this is in get current player count. And I'm actually going to do that over here too. Hey, I think that fixed it. All right, let's stop. Join. Or wait, we're gonna host. Something interesting though is the way that we compare player info is by comparing the name. So if two people have the same name, they're gonna look, our comparison's gonna break down. So we might want to generate a random number or something, or there we go. Let's get a third person in and see what happens with if they're gonna see 4. I'm not sure where this one-off error is popping up. No, it fixed. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's cool. Alright, so if I leave, that'll update properly and hit join again. I want this clear to happen earlier. That test is from earlier. It never disappeared. Ooh. Okay. What if I join in with a 4th? Looks like it all updated. I don't know where... Maybe this is grabbing information before it's had a chance to replicate. Let's just keep going. Let's add somebody else in. Okay, so this guy didn't get a replication. This one didn't either. So these are working, but our list, so we need to improve when we're calling that. So if I look, so we're gonna get rid of that. This is good to know, so we don't want anything in here that might be volatile or changing. Alright, so where we're doing that is every time we add player info to the array, actually, you know what might be the problem? If UE4 C++ is server. Is it roll? Mm-hmm. Yeah, has authority actually is going to also return true if we are the owner. In blueprints, there's an is locally controlled. UE4 C++ is locally controlled. Is server? What's the is server? Check if server. Ah. Get net mode. There we go. I think that's what we want. If we are the listen server, directly call this. Otherwise, everybody else will get it through the on rep. Let's try that. And it might be an add unique problem. So this is where we might want to create a unique ID or grab something from the subsystem or somehow to identify each of these without having to rely. All right. So 2 works. Let's get the 3rd in there. See how slow that takes? Yeah, look at that. Look how slow that took. All right, if we leave and we join again. This didn't get it. Didn't get the message. Now it's up to 4. Okay. So whatever we're doing in order to get this refresh connected players list, sending it in, set the player list, clear children. Just do an add. You know what? I think it is. So let's go over to types and our player info. Actually, I think what we could do is... Hold on. I think UE4, a U object, so a U struct. I think we could try getting a unique identifier. So I think we can do that, and then no? Alright, UE4, actually, we're just gonna make it. So we're gonna put it in as a U property, edit anywhere, blueprint, read write, and it is a uint 32. And this is going to be the unique ID. Just go with an int. We'll put it down there. All right. And this is going to be unique ID is equal to r.unique ID. So when we do this, all right, lobby player controller, I think. When do we do this? When do we call set player info? Mm-hmm. Hey, going all right. Getting some deep networking stuff working. Hopefully. All right, I think the game instance actually is going to need some player info. I'm gonna do that. And we'll see. Player state, we need to have an overwrite, so override with. Player so in UE4 C++, this override with player state this allows us to bring in, so this is the new player state. Or actually, we might want to run, so copy properties is I think is what we want rather than override. So copy properties, please. Ugh, come on. There we go. So we run the super copy properties with it, and then if player state, we do auto we get the our player info is equal to player state dot okay if auto bg player state is equal to cast to a bg player state the player state. If bg player state, then our current player info is from that bg player state dot get player info arrow. All right, so that'll grab when we copy over this will get our player info from the previous player state, because this, I think, well, every time we change a game state, or when we change levels, when we move levels, our player state resets. Init's only run once. This is where we're going to generate or this is where we get the unique ID of our game instance. That won't be necessarily unique for everyone else. UE4 C++ networking unique ID for clients. Oh, right, the player state has a player ID, so I don't think we need to do that, actually. We'll save that because we're going to use that probably at some point here. Go back to our types real fast. I think we're going to go with l.get or get rid of that, and we're not going to use an equivalency thing here. Actually, we will. We're going to do a uProperty edit anywhere, blueprint, read write. No. I know what we're going to do. Get rid of that. And then for our remove here, player info from array. You know what? We're gonna make this an int const reference index. And this is going to be remove at. All right, and then where we're actually needing to remove we're going to do this again. Return from that. We're going to find that and this, and then we're going to get game state of ABG lobby game state base and remove player info from array at the same index because they should. That should be of identical indices when they are added and removed. Stop. We're gonna do a full build here. That's just a void. This is also just going to become a void. Since the remove at does not tell us if it succeeded or not. Oh man. Networking is some hefty coding. All right, let's see how this goes. Whoops. Well, I'll host a default. Why not? All right, so there's two. Get another guy in. There we go. This is taking some sweet. There we go. All right, now if I leave, we're at 2 again. If I rejoin, this guy did not populate enough properly. So, once again, I think that is an issue with... You know, I don't know what that is an issue with. And now we're at 4. I think it is a replication issue, or it's not quick enough, so... This is replicated on the game state. We're triggering this and we're sending an array by reference over to here. And we're setting the players list based on it. We need an options menu so that I don't know. I'm going to take a quick break and think about this, I think, of how, well, actually. What if try this. What if this were not replicated at all? It's not replicated. But if we are the listen server, or this is where I think maybe rather than doing an on rep, because this is delayed or the replicated, I don't know why. Oh. Okay. So what's happening here is that a game state exists on every connected player. This is being called on everybody once if this changes, if this changed on one person, on one game state. And it has to be replicated out to everybody, right? But it's also calling this on-rep connected players info, but it's not waiting until that data has been updated on everyone before it goes and it sends what it already has. So if I'm on person B, person A has said, my variable changed. Person B is just using what they already have, calling this refresh connected players list with its already established connected players info. It might be receiving mail saying, hey, what you have is outdated, but it's shipping it off before waiting for the incoming mail for the new connected players info, the replicated one. So that's what's happening there, and that's why that's not working. So what we actually need to do is make an RPC, an actual function that is passing the information. So what we need to do I need to pull up the networking compendium. Network compendium. Because a multicast call behaves differently. Here we go. This is important. If you do a multicast and it's invoked from a client, it's just going to run on the invoking client. What we need is this. So we need to make a call to the server to run a multicast. So we need a function, ufunction server, reliable, blueprint callable, sure, category, bg, game state base, config, and this is going to be void update connected players lobby. And this is where we will pass FBG player info const in player info. And this is a server update connected players lobby. And actually, we don't need to pass anything here. Where we need to pass is we're doing a net multicast void multicast update connected players lobby. And this is where we do the FBG player info const reference player connected players T array of FBG player info connected in connected players info. And we're going to call multicast from here and pass our connected players info. And from here, for auto player in cast abg player state get or the in the player array. Whoops, this needs to go here. Can't do that? All right, for auto player in the player array, cast to abg player state, the player, and then include it in the header. player get game instance. UBG game instance. So that should get them to refresh connected player list and pass in the connected players info. This is by const reference. Okay. And this, rather than if we need to just do a server update. Just do that call, I think. Server update. Okay. Hey, it worked one time right there already. So the server at least made that call. Okay. It's working on the server, but it's not going out to the net multicast. No owning connection for actor. Okay. So I think the game mode base is where we need to make the multicast call. So here, public, let's move this over to the game mode. For BG game instance. Okay. So hopefully that does that. And then over here, This should be on the server. ABG lobby game mode. And now we can run our connected players info here. Yeah, we need to include types. Replication and network calls and RPCs. Hefty. Why is this? Where is this? An unknown size. What's going on here? We need the types over there. Okay. Still no owning connection for the actor BG Lobby game state base. Alright, so UE4, C++, no owning connection for actor. Are we not adding? Where did I do that? Oh no, we do it here. Okay. We pass that in, add player info to the game state. Oops. I don't think a game state can do that. Okay. So this might be the wrong place to call this. So player state is going to add player info to the array. Well, why not? Hold on. Oh, I guess, yeah, player state doesn't necessarily own game state, so we can't do that. So... try a public U function. This is server reliable. Blueprint callable category is BG lobby player controller config. And this is the void server refresh lobby player list. So this is now running on the server. I'm going to pass in what we want. So we've still got our multicast over here, and it wants this. And I want this to be accurate the whole time. So we're passing it up to the server. player state. So auto lobby PC is equal to cast to ABG lobby player controller. Get how do I get the player controller from the player state? Get game instance. Get first local player controller. There we go. If lobby PC. All right, now from here in the player state, we need to get that, right, lobby game state, get connected players info. So we pass that up to the server, server receives it. Now the server on the player controller, get the game mode. Can we do this? Get world, get game mode. ABG lobby game mode in connected players info. Do that there. And over here. Okay. Let's see what happens. Got one, and it worked over there. So you can see multicast and server all called there, and we got our list, so let's join. Damn. I mean, the next thing I would try is to put this back to replicated. I don't know why. Let's see a... Yeah, it calls twice, actually. Oh, man. All right. Because we're replicating it now. I'm going to take a quick break and then think about some of this and where we're making calls for this stuff, where we're storing it, and what might be better methods of handling this. So I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes or so. Okay. I've had a couple of thoughts of what we're doing, and I think I'm doing some stuff wrong. Well, I know I'm doing some stuff wrong. So what I'm thinking is, the player state, first of all, I think we need to move some more, stuff over here, so... I'm wondering about refresh connected players list being in the instance. The instance doesn't have... well... you know, the instance is just basically like the executable, right? There's one from the beginning of the game. For everybody, on their local machine. It knows nothing about a server or a client. This is called from the client. To run on the server side. And it gets here to the server side, and this is called from the server. Excuse me. So I'm going to try that. And see if it's getting the game mode properly. This should work because it's on the... where this runs on the server. And then on the... this is called from the game mode. Oh. I don't think this is going to be able to work. Okay, so the game mode is server only. It doesn't have access to... it won't be able to do client stuff because there's no game mode on clients for this to run on. Game mode is only on the server, right? If I pull up the compendium. Yeah, server mode only for the game mode, okay. Alright, so we don't want to do this here. Player controller... I mean, the game state is... but then you have the ownership issue. Alright, so... I'm gonna try this. Alright, so the server, this is gonna run on the server, and then this is just gonna call here locally. get rid of that. Put it in here. Okay. This, I think we can do that. So called from the client, runs on the server. The server calls multicast function, and this runs on all the clients. We don't need to do a for loop because this will just run on. So this, we just need to get game instance and run that on the client. All right, let's try that. Server stuff, man. It's just starting to click a little, but hold on. Okay, let's run it. Okay. We're getting stuck, huh? Wonder what it's stuck on. All right, hey. My walkthrough of what's going on actually worked. I think I'm starting to understand this networking stuff. I think I need to do a clean install or clean build though. Look at that. I think we figured it out. All right, and if I leave, we need to call that again. I think we forgot to call those things. So Things are coming together. This is cool. All right. We're gonna actually end out the day, I think, with learning something. Well, we're always learning something, but I mean, getting a solid understanding of how these things work. So, network functions, I'm going to put that there. Okay, so player info is replicated. We have the copy properties, which just will, trying to remember, I think copy properties is what we want, so do that. Alright, and our game mode is clean once again. So our player state handles when it comes into being. It sends its info over to the lobby game state, and then calls to refresh that. Now, you know, there's something we didn't look at today, but there's something called a T-promise of, let's say, ABG player state. So here's the callback. So with a callback, so initialize. Basically, I'm wondering if we can use this as kind of like the while statement that we're using to this will check, this is a future state for an asynchronous return of values. So you have futures, but the promise is saying that this will be fulfilled at some point. I haven't used them before, I just stumbled across them, and some of my software engineering friends had mentioned promises. And I saw that they're in Unreal Engine, but I couldn't find So I want this, I think. So... before promise function callback. Promise player state callback. Oh, a void function. Okay. I see. Unique function. Okay, so UE4 C++ T promise. I don't think anybody's got anything out there on this stuff. Okay, I don't want to do that yet. I need to look more into that, but essentially the promise would get fulfilled by a future object at some point. But I don't know how to get the callback going, so I'm not going to do that. But there's no real good way to know when the player state or the game state or any of this stuff has replicated or has spawned or anything. And that's why we've got these nasty whiles. So in the mode, when post login, when we're gonna while new player get player state of ABG player state. And then or hold on. Yes, we want to do that, and then we get cast to our ABG lobby player controller the new player and call server refresh lobby player list on it from and we need to send over our lobby game state get connected players info. So I'm gonna comment that out. And we're gonna build this and see if that still works, just shifting the responsibility over to the lobby game mode. Just thinking maybe callbacks or like, I don't know, event dispatchers, delegates could potentially be what we want to do here to make this cleaner. I don't really know. No, it is not happy with that. Okay. That's bad. All right. Okay. So we'll leave that there. All of this is deprecated. Nice, they're finally moving to some getters. Okay, okay. Client initialize. We've got these on reps too. Ooh. Maybe this one is inactive. So... this apparently... what is that on a player state? So UE4 player state B is inactive. And everybody just delays, and that's so bad. That's just a bad thing to do. So The game state holds this connected player's info, but all we're doing is just passing new stuff in here, so... I don't think the game state can get the player controller. Okay, only the server can access authority game mode, because that only exists on the server. So, this game state the game state is replicated out to all clients, but it exists only on the server. So anything that goes out to the clients, we have to wait for. I'm wondering if it's worth... I don't know. Okay, so hold on. Connected players info. I'm gonna do replicate it again on the game state. So that's gonna, when this gets modified, it's gonna go outwards to all the clients' replicated game state, and it will get changed and updated at some point. What if we initiate a timer? Well, that won't be good enough. So what if we could put it on a tick over here, you know? And on the tick, if lobby game state and the net, so that and then go up to the parent. I'm just thinking maybe we need to have like a higher up function where so where we handle looking for our game state and our player state. And until we get those, we don't hide the load screen. So here, if get game, get world, get game state, and get player state, ABG player state, or actually it's just player state, right? Yeah. Then get game instance, UBG game instance. I meant to do a full include. Hide the loading screen. And we'll also do just a bool be loading, or which is true by default. So we're gonna go a uint 8 so if be loading whoops, that goes to true. Okay. So we only go into this if we're loading. And then we're going to be checking, do we have the game state, the player state yet? And then once we do, we're going to hide the screen, set our loading to false. So that will be passed down to all of our stuff, so we can get rid of that. That we could probably move up as well. And then over here, we'll set it on the tick. And then once we get the game instance, it's set and it's stored, and we'll inherit it. So we don't need to be doing that. Now, we need to get our lobby game state. So we'll do our super tick there. But we're actually going to do this first. We're going to begin play. We set super again is loading is true, but then if be loading and we have no lobby state, keep trying to get that. All right, so if loading and we have the lobby game state, then we want to do our game instance load lobby widget. Else, oh yeah, and call super tick. And then we say be loading we do our game instance hide loading screen and be loading is equal to false. Then we call super tick. Else we want to check or try lobby is equal to get game or game instance get game get world get game state of ABG lobby game state base. Okay. Wait, I almost forgot. Here we want to do our super tick, then go into it. The loading screen class get changed? Looks fine to me. Okay, so what did I screw up? Oh, I bet it's trying to do this before. We'll do that there. And if. So if be loading and game instance. Maybe that'll fix it. Hooray, all right. Looks like I fixed that. All right, so let's try seeing how this goes. So far, so good. All right. So far, we're actually okay. The removal didn't work, but that's a big improvement. Okay, so because this worked, this logic, okay. So now once we have a player state, we hide the load screen, so we know that's coming in. Now, what did we do? We started replicating this again because we're still calling this over here. So rather than I'm gonna clear that so it can add itself to the array here, connected players info. So this gets replicated out. So I want that, and then, but if we've done all of that and we're not doing it anymore, it means we have the player state, so then that means that we can do, we can call the server refresh lobby player list and pass lobby game state get connected players info. But that's calling on the tick. Oh, we don't want to do that. We don't want to make those calls on the tick. I know. How about we do a uint 8 of B lobby needs updating. Actually, it's true when it begins. No, it isn't. It's false. And then this replicated using on rep connected players info. U function on rep connected players info returns nothing. What this does is get game instance, get first local player controller, cast to ABG lobby player controller. If auto lobby PC equals, then lobby PC, we want to set this, so okay, we're gonna try that, and then this calls set lobby needs updating to true. Yeah, and it can be const. All right, and now over here on the tick, if B lobby needs updating is true, we then do lobby game. We call server refresh lobby and lobby game state get players info. Actually, let's change this. We're not passing anything anymore because this is replicated information now. This this runs on the server, so it's accessing the lobby game state get connected players info, so that it's able to get that from the server, which is replicated. So that, and then it passes it Alright, let's build that and see what happens. This is a groovy track. I'm going to add this to my playlist. Now this is the last one on this track too. And what a great... This is tight. I like this. We're going to end the day on this song, so let's see what we can do before it ends. So far, so good. We're not dying. Woo! We're calling a ton, however it worked, right? We forgot to change the bool. Alright. Right? So once we do that, and there's the end. Alright, let's see if we can fix this real fast. So once we do run this on multicast, we do that. Things are starting to come together. I hope that feels that way for you too. Our scaling is incorrect. Oh, it worked. Our bools worked. It updated on the tick, and we're out. And if I leave, all right. So now we should be able to do the same thing, but from the other way around. So when somebody logs out and we remove the player from the info from the array, this isn't replicated, so we're gonna uProperty replicated. Do rep lifetime ABG lobby player controller B lobby needs updating. Alright, we're going to try that because the game state over here is server only. So it needs to, this value has to be set, has to replicate down. Otherwise, we're never going to trigger our local tick again. The organization of everything is starting to come together. I think this week we're going to be able to solve a lot of this and get back to actual design of the software itself once we've got fluidity happening between our menus. This has been the great online networking plunge. I knew it was going to be a huge challenge and hill to get over. All right, there we are in. Okay, so it got called, but it didn't clear these out. Now, why is that? And if I join again, what happens? Okay, so it doesn't... That's interesting. So... Okay, so that runs on the server. The game state can do that because it's on the server, and it's going to call the server's set lobby needs updating server, and that should replicate downwards. And it will change it. So the lobby always needs to be updated if this gets modified. And the game mode is removing player info from the array. And in fact, I want to do a UE log temp warning text. Connected players info dot num is equal, we're gonna do %d here, actually string comma connected player dot num f string from int, whoops, the connected player dot num. And then we're gonna do the same thing right afterwards to see, did it work? So for all we know, it's not actually removing it properly. Interesting. So changing this to a server function was not what we wanted to do. So let's see if that works. I mean, the game state's going to be changing it on the server anyway, and if it's replicated, it goes downwards to the client. Well, that's odd. Not doing it for itself. Let's see if it does it when the other one joins. It does, okay. So we're good so far there. And if I leave, look at that. Okay, so 2 becomes 1. So we do know that it's shrinking. I wonder if this is actually... So server is calling this out to all clients, including itself, right? I wonder if this, if it's similar to... Only a client is actually triggering it? I'm not sure. So here's us, our server, and and it's not triggering the update, right? Let's get a third one in. We'll see what happens between the clients, and then I'm gonna sign off, and we'll figure out more of this later. So there's one. Here comes 3. All right, so we're all good. Now if I leave, look at that. I leave again. Interesting. That's interesting. What about a 4th? I want to see what happens here. This is some good progress, though. This is cool. This is very cool. Look at that. This guy didn't add one in. Still not adding one in. And this one didn't either. Okay. So something is up in the creation. I'm not sure. So it's not something's up. Okay. Well, we're gonna leave that for next time. That is a good place to leave off because things are working for the most part. There's just a couple bugs that we got to figure out. So, looked further on RPC calls for handling the lobby player list update. Lobby player controller. And reworked the tick to get in player controller and lobby player controller for getting the game state and player state. Player list populates irregularly. To be investigated. All right. Well, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you everybody who joined in today for this episode of Deep End Dev. We'll pick it up again tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time as usual. Until then, I'm Matt, and I still don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. Thanks. Have a good night.